All rise. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. I note that the accused are present in court today with the exception of Mr. Krasniqi, who is appearing by video link. Today we will resume the testimony of prosecution witness W03881. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Does the prosecution still have additional questions?
Yes, Your Honor, about 10 minutes max.
Thank you very much. Good morning, witness. Are you hearing okay?
Guten Morgen, Euer Ehr.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I can understand you.
Witness, today we will continue your testimony. As indicated yesterday, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and then speak at a slow pace to allow the translators to keep up. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and if I raise my hand as I indicated yesterday, please stop also, because these indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We continue now with the questions from the prosecution to your left. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, sir. During your SPO interview, you talked about the KLA uniforms that you saw and the references at P1191.2. I would like now to show you a video. Could the court officer please bring up ERN 068357-01. And Your Honor, this exhibit, as a part of this exhibit, has been admitted as P00503.
Thank you.
I will play this video from the beginning, and I will pause at different parts and ask you some questions. And if we could pause at 18 seconds.
Ja, nach die Polizei, wo hier stehen ist, aber sie nicht wissen. Hier stehen.
Witness, did you observe the black type of uniform that you can see on this still?
Ja, relativ oft.
Yes, relatively often in those days.
Was that, which formation was wearing that uniform?
Ich bin mir bei diesem
With regard to this photograph, I am not certain. I think it was a kind of police or military police of the KLA.
And if we could now continue until 0046. Sir, is this an example of mixed uniforms that you saw the KLA wearing?
Ja, es
Yes, there were many very different mixtures of partial uniforms. Some were wearing all black, some were wearing camouflage, some were wearing a mix of civilian or military clothing, also from different kinds of armies. Mostly, however, they were wearing the black eagle on a red background as an insignia.
Thank you. And if we could now continue and stop at about 1 minute.
We were a bit surprised about the development. As we indicated yesterday,
Mr. Torini und ich haben uns
Do you recognize this person?
ja,
Yes, that was Colonel Bescht, the deputy commander of the multinational brigade South that was led by the German Federal Army.
Thank you. And if we could now continue until 0134.
soeben darauf verständigt, dass wir ab heute Mitternacht, ab heute beginnend mit
We have just agreed that from midnight today, no more arms may be borne in the city of Prizren, not by the KLA nor by anybody else. And hence we have the authority to hand over and take weapons from anybody.
Sir, did you observe in this image, did you observe while you were in Prizren KLA soldiers patrolling the streets?
ja, und zwar an den
Yes, that was during the first days after we entered the country, i.e. after the 13th and 14th of June, and for a relatively short period of time.
If we could now play the rest of the video.
سوال میکنم کنی اتومات سشت میرانسی نکیلی آل مترونات
Whatever weapons we have now, automatic weapons, it is not important. We do not have heavy weapons. Since the foreign forces have entered, they can also maintain order with the help of the military police.
And at the end of the image, there were several men in uniform. Does that reflect your recollection in terms of the mixed uniform you saw?
Ja,
Yes, that reflects exactly what I saw.
Thank you. Going back to the previous answer, when you said at line 23 of today's transcript, in this 25 of today's transcript, that you saw the KLA soldiers patrolling the street during the first days. Why, in your assessment, why were they patrolling the streets?
mit dem
When the KFOR forces entered Kosovo, the Yugoslav side had to withdraw according to the agreement, to withdraw from Kosovo within just a few days. So the KFOR forces were entering Kosovo, and for a short period of time there was a kind of vacuum. And this vacuum, the KLA wanted to fill it. It started at the border with Albania, and they were also conducting patrols in the city. However, these were stopped by KFOR forces within just a few days.
And Your Honor, with your leave, I would like to show the witness a prior statement. I would like to call up ERN 120510, 120513.
Leave is granted for you to show the
Thank you.
exhibit. I'm sorry, the statement.
And if we could go to page 2, paragraph 3. Yeah. Witness, when I showed you this video during our meeting, you stated, this video shows KLA members patrolling the streets in a display of authority until NATO KFOR stopped this after agreements were reached. Does this refresh your recollection about what you observed in Prizren at the time?
Ja, diese
Yes. The armed presence of KLA members and the patrols, that's something that happened during the first few days. After a short period of time, the agreement with KFOR entered into force, the agreement to disarm KLA. After that, we only saw a small number of armed KLA members that were the personal security element of certain commanders or leaders. And as far as I know, KFOR still tolerated this kind of armed behavior.
Thank you. That concludes my question for the moment, and I would like to tender the remaining of the video, and that is the first, it was already portion 010 to 054 was already admitted, so I would like to tender the first 10 seconds and then from 055 to the end, and the relevant transcript, which is already fully contained within P00503 ET.
Any objection to the additional amount
No.
exhibit?
Nothing, Your Honor. No.
All right, the video in full will be admitted, those portions that have not previously been admitted. Put it all on the same number, yes.
Those portions will be added to exhibit under exhibit number P00503.
Thank you. Thaçi defense. The defense will now have some questions for you, witness.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nina Tavakoli and I represent Mr. Thaçi.
Guten Morgen.
Morning.
Now, you deployed to Kosovo on the 14th of June 99 and remained there until the 3rd of August 99, is that right?
Ja.
Yes.
Involved, because often you were accompanying the press, your role involved quite a lot of travel, didn't it? You travelled around prison and I think also up to Pristina. Is that right?
Up to Pristina and also to different other locations within Kosovo.
Now, you've said that the head of German K4 was Brigadier General von Korff and his deputy was Colonel Best. Is that right?
General von Korff was the commander of the multinational brigade South, and Colonel Best was his deputy. For the national German forces, there was Brigadier General Haaf who was in the lead.
Did you spend time with either of those two men?
Ich habe relativ viel Zeit.
I spent, in the months that I spent in Kosovo, a lot of time with both General von Korff and Colonel Best. Haaf I only met a couple of times.
Now, when you arrived, K4 arrived in Kosovo, you were welcomed by the people, weren't you?
Ja.
Yes. And they were friendly. Yes, it was a friendly greeting.
NATO, NATO, KLA, KLA.
NATO, UCK.
NATO, KLA, yes. Many people chanted that throughout a number of days. They were very friendly. They really welcomed us. That part of the population that had been waiting for us, that is.
And there was a lot of celebratory gunfire at that time as people were shooting in the air, is that right?
Sehr viel.
A lot. That wasn't my first time in the Balkans, and I know that this is something that happens regularly in that region.
So there was quite a lot of guns, was that in the Balkans, is that right?
Ja.
Yes.
Now, the Yugoslav military was still present when you arrived because under the agreement there was a staggered withdrawal of their troops. Is that right?
Ja.
Yes. Parts of the Yugoslav People's Army, or what was left of it, were there, but also other security forces. One of the main tasks that we had during the first few days after we arrived was to go in between the fighting groups and prevent any further confrontations. So between the civilian Kosovar population and the leaving forces of the Yugoslav People's Army.
The KLA was still there at that time, and they were still armed because the demilitarization agreement agreed by General Sir Mike Jackson and the KLA wasn't signed until the 21st of June. That's right, isn't it?
Ich glaube 20.
I think on the 20th or 21st of June. Before that, there were many armed KLA members, but we tried to de-arm them also while we were disbanding the checkpoints. But KLA members remained recognizable due to many different elements of clothing, and because they were mostly wearing the logo of the KLA, the Albanian eagle.
We'll go on to that. Now, I know that there was a deal cut in Pristina to disarm the KLA, but the agreement that would ultimately bind them is that agreement signed by the head, by General Sir Mike Jackson on the 21st of June, wasn't it? Thank you. Now, would you agree with Colonel Besht, who said about that security situation at the beginning? He said this, and the reference for the record is 077406, page 4. The security situation was tense from the start. This was expressed audibly by the constant shots being fired, also at night. The KLA were fighting amongst themselves at the time, as well as with the Serbs.
Ja, es war.
Yes, the situation was very tense, and parts of the Kosovar population were very angry with the leaving Yugoslav soldiers. The soldiers who were Serbian/Yugoslav and were leaving, they were afraid, some of them. There was a very low threshold for violence, and our task was to not allow any further confrontations. And we achieved that by a massive military presence, even though we took a while to establish this presence all over the region.
Thank you, and I'm going to go on to that low threshold for violence shortly. But just before that, this local population that you speak about, at the time that you entered Kosovo, these civilian Kosovan Albanians who were forced out by the Serbs were returning at that time back in great numbers. I think you told the SPO in the reference. Sorry. The reference for the record is P01191.2 at lines 16 to 17. You told them that at times more than 20,000 people returned across the border. Do you remember that, saying that?
Ja, wenn ich.
Yes, if you allow, I would like to elaborate. I arrived in Macedonia with my men in March, and we established refugee camps there and operated them, refugee camps for people who had fled Kosovo. When we entered Kosovo, there were many thousands of Kosovo Albanians who were still in Albania or Macedonia. And some of them got into their vehicles and followed our column directly across the border.
Now, you wrote a diary at the time. Each evening, you told us yesterday, to record your experiences in Kosovo. That's right, isn't it?
Ja, es.
Yes. It is a diary about what I had seen during the day. Sometimes it's just a short, rough description, sometimes very detailed, and it also contains my thoughts about this time.
Through our time together this morning, I'd like to take you to some of those passages. So, firstly, please could we pull up on the screen the document 071142 to 071313. It's the same ERN in German. And I'd like page 071220. And if you go to the second paragraph, you're talking here about the return, what happens with the returning refugees. And you say here, one has to look closely at property crimes, looting. Returning refugees find their houses burnt, their belongings stolen or destroyed. There is a Serbian house or flat nearby. There are household goods, so the returnees get what they need. Of course, it's illegal, but it is different from the looting by bandits. Do you remember writing that?
Yes. I remember very clearly certain individual things that I saw together with other people, situations where, together with others, I stopped looters and took the things they had taken from them, and we handed over some of them to the military police.
And is the suggestion in this passage that the refugees are returning to find that their houses have been burnt and their property has been stolen?
Die Menschen, die zurückkamen,
The people who were returning to their cities or villages, well, some of them were left with nothing but what they were carrying on their bodies. Their houses were burned down, destroyed. Yeah, they didn't have anything. So some of them went to empty Serbian houses to find the things they didn't have anymore themselves.
Who had burnt down the houses and stolen the items? Was that the Serbs as they were departing?
meines Wissens,
As far as I know, most of those Kosovo Albanians whose houses were destroyed, burned down, etc., most of those were victims of Serbian violence during the war in Kosovo or during the last days of the Serbian presence there.
And the Kosovans, it's a bit of a generalisation, but they were a fairly poor people at that time. So to lose their homes and their belongings was quite significant.
Es war eine Nachkriegssituation.
We are talking about a situation after a war, similar to the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina at the time. So the consequences of the war, looting, destruction, so the usual patterns you see in a situation like that.
Now, into the mix with the civilians, you also wrote in your diary, if we could bring that up, please, and that is the same diary at page 071190. And the second paragraphs, Albanian bandits keep crossing the border. They steal, plunder, pillage. So Albanian criminal elements were coming in at the same time, weren't they?
Ja.
Yes, as far as I can remember, this is true. However, these, the border crossing points, for example, Murina to Albania, was relatively quickly secured by KFOR forces, so this was stopped relatively quickly. The things you can read here refers to just one or a few days as a rule.
The 19th of June, sorry, I should have read that out. Now, you told the SPO, and the reference is P01191.3 at pages 28 to 29, and this is about those first few days. You said it was relatively chaotic in the first days. We tried to gain a foothold in all possible areas to establish security. At the same time, there were incidents, murders, arson everywhere. Do you remember that?
Ja.
Yes, I do recall that.
The
The first task for KFOR was to spread through the region in order to ensure the departure of the Serbian/Yugoslav forces. That was the main task during the first few days, and the aim was to prevent further confrontations between the security forces and the Kosovans. At the same time, KFOR forces, including my brigade in the south, had to go to different locations and then spread to the whole territory of Kosovo. And of course, this took a number of days. During those days, while we were penetrating into all corners of the country, we kept coming across locations where massacres, murders had taken place and destruction had been wrought.
I'll shift slightly to go into that perhaps now then, as you brought it up. But so these refugees, they were also returning to find their family and friends had been murdered by the Serbs, and you found their bodies in the mass graves. That's right, isn't it?
Die KFOR-Truppe.
The KFOR forces, that was us, discovered mass graves, but we also discovered locations where the people that had been murdered were still just lying around. They haven't been buried. And we got a number of information, well, the local population pointed out a number of locations to us where things like that had taken place.
You through 3 entries in your diary where you've detailed exactly that. In this diary, please, can we go first to page 071152. The second paragraph. And this is your entry on the 15th of June 99. In Velika Krusa, our Dutch comrades found a crime scene in a courtyard. I am there at 17:30. The place was largely destroyed. In one courtyard, there's a bestial smell of corpses. First, I see a dead dog, then a burnt-out trailer. Parts of a charred corpse. In a small, completely destroyed house lie charred corpses. 20 to 25 people, from small children to old men, shot and set on fire. Bullet holes show that the people lying on the floor were still being shot at. The people died at the end of March. When I saw this, I knew exactly why we are in Kosovo, to put an end to this.
Ja.
Yes.
Exactly why you're in Kosovo, to put an end to that.
Wir wussten aus
We knew from press coverage and military intelligence what had been going on in Kosovo during the Kosovo War in terms of cruelties or possible cruelties against the Albanian population. But even though you are an experienced soldier and have seen a lot, you will never forget a place like the one I've described here. At that moment, every single one of us realized that it was the right thing for KFOR to come and end the war. You will never forget these things. They will stay with you forever.
2 more entries for the court. If we can go on the diary, please, to page 071170. And this is an entry from the 17th of June, so 2 days later.
Your Honor, I object to this line of questioning as it's duplicative of defense adjudicated facts. In particular, fact 746 admitted in F01536.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And if we can go halfway down that page. Sorry. In the Oravac area, I'm travelling with the Dutch. There is a strong smell of corpses near the hospital. We cannot go forward, however, because the road is unpaved and not checked for mines. Immediately afterwards, a Dutch officer shows us children's bones on a rubbish dump. Animals have dragged some ribs of a 2 to 3-year-old child to the roadside. They, the Serbs, killed children and threw the bodies on the rubbish. We cannot get close to the remains of the 6 other bodies because the area is not checked for mines. The military police will probably use a crane to reach the bodies from above. The bodies are dismembered by ants, scavengers, packs of dogs. Do you remember writing that entry?
Ja, das war auch ein
Yes, That was one of many days during which we found similar things. And usually we would inform our military police in situations like this, and then members of Scotland Yard and other police organizations came to Kosovo to conduct a massive investigation of these situations. There were also doctors who conducted post-mortems after the mass graves were opened. So this was no longer a KFOR task, it was an international task that was taken on by other organizations.
I think you said, your reference to Scotland Yard, that, and that's your diary entry on the 16th of July, we don't need to bring it up, but you said there, according to British experts, more than 10,000 Kosovans were murdered by the Serbs or otherwise lost their lives during the ethnic cleansing. That's what the British told you, is that right?
Wenn ich das so
If I wrote that down like that, then I took that from British sources.
The record, because then I can tender it. But that is at the same diary, but not for the public viewing, please. 071282. So the second paragraph you say here, according to British experts. Do you see that?
Ja.
Yes.
Now, you also Besht said, would you agree with this, in terms of the mass graves, and he said that at, for the record, 077406, page 18, that they were all Kosovars who were in those mass graves. Do you agree with that?
Dieser Eintrag.
This entry was almost exactly 1 month after KFOR entered Kosovo. At that point in time, it was already usual that we received information from international press, but partly also via the German Federal Army. Press releases, for example, and others. And I assume that these figures mentioned here were received by us via these channels, press releases or statements by organizations who were busy processing what happened. These are not figures I could give by myself.
I think KFOR kept a war diary, didn't they? The German contingent kept a war diary.
Mit Sicherheit.
Definitely, the German contingent did, via the national channel, give reports to the German command. And I assume that the Dutch artillery battalion, which was with us, and later also about 120 Russian soldiers, and even later other nations, did that in a similar way.
Thank you. And the diary, it was signed off. We've been given a copy of it by the prosecutor's office. It was signed off by the head of German K4, Brigadier General von Korff. That would be normal, wouldn't it?
Sie meinen das
You mean the operative journal of the German brigade?
It's called they're calling it a war diary. If we could perhaps bring it up. And Beshta said, just if it helps, and that's at reference 077406 part 1, that it was kept to log every minute of the operation, and everything that was observed there was recorded very precisely, stating the date and time. Now, if we could bring that up, it's SITF 00225092 to SITF 0225184, and the German has a different number, which is SITF 00224836 to 00225261. And perhaps it would help.
Darf ich
Ja,
zu diesem Einsatzteil?
May I say something, Your Honor, about this diary?
In dieses
This diary contains all the knowledge by the military police. This includes reports about patrols and reconnaissance troops, everything that is done and reported by the battalions and by the troops, as well as information, findings from the military intelligence service because of their individual reconnaissance measures. This is basically the essence of all the information the brigade receives during one day. All of that is included in this diary.
Thank you. And I just want to take you through a number of entries. I'll try and go as quickly as I can, just to get you to see if they accord with your understanding of the situation that K4 found on its arrival. So the first entry, please, is at page 277. It's the same in the German. Oh, actually, it's a different page in the German, sorry. It's SITF. The ERN in the German, sorry, is SITF 002251117. And if we can go to the entry 151612B June. So on the English, it's 277. if you go down to the 15th. There's a pages at the bottom. If you pen down, it's 277. Sorry, there's no ERNs. Here. There we go, 15th June, telephone call G3 to K4. K4 informed that Ops Brig requires ICTY. Report of mass graves at Belia Cruza. Do you see that?
Ja.
Then if we move, please, next to page 277. Oh, it's the same page, actually. We can stay there. Again, on the 15th of June. Yeah, right at the bottom of the page, please. Keep going down. Yeah, stop. Mass graves report from INF BN at DM 854897. A mass grave with approximately 40 bodies, 4 days old. At DM 848877. Albanian cemetery, a mass grave with approximately 20 bodies, 4 days old.
Madam Defense Counsellor, is there some doubt that there were mass graves? I don't know how that's relevant to the question that's going on here.
I can stop now, but the point is I just wanted to establish the situation that Kosovan refugees were facing when they came back.
The Kosovo refugees weren't facing the mass graves. The people discovering them were
Yeah.
facing them. This is way off base. Please refocus your cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, we'll end it there. But so the diary reflected what you saw. Is that right?
In meinem Tage
In my diary is written what I myself saw. When I did not see it myself, I generally wrote down where I got the information from in my diary.
Fair to say, this is the point, that on returning to find their houses burnt, their property stolen, and their loved ones dead, some Kosovan Albanians took revenge.
ja, auch
Yes, this is also something we had to notice. Partially we had to prevent it, but during those days and in the first weeks after the liberation of Kosovo, there were certain aggressive events up to murders, up to arsons on the side of the non-Serbians.
And in terms of who were the perpetrators, you told the SPO, and the reference here is at P0019.5, at page 9. It's in the context of arrests. I'll just read it to you, but you said, from approximately the 20th of June, the number of arrests significantly increased. Looters, rapists, robbers brought to the newly set up MUP prison, also following hostage-taking and other crimes. And you were asked, were those who were brought there civilians? And you said, it was a motley collection as far as I know, usually civilians or people in civilian clothing. Do you remember saying that?
ja,
Yes, I recall that what we arrested as perpetrators partially and took to prisons were partially people in civilian clothes and partially people in that mix of uniform and non-uniform and people in uniforms. And these arrests increased rapidly after a number of days, so that the former MUP prison in Prizren had to be used by us in order to find a place for arrested perpetrators.
That there were some civilians perpetrating these crimes.
Es war zumindest äußerlich.
At least from the outside, it was not always visible what the status of a person was. But the mass of the uniformed persons or partially uniformed persons were recognizable as fighters.
Aber
But during the time, these uniforms or partial uniforms kept disappearing from the streets.
And were you aware that the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights reported in September that KLA uniforms were available for sale for about 50 Deutschmarks, and people who weren't KLA were buying them and wearing them?
Davon habe ich keine Kenntnis.
I do not know that.
If it's right that you didn't have to be in the KLA to have a uniform, it follows, doesn't it, that if people are wearing KLA uniforms and committing crimes, they're not necessarily KLA.
Dazu kann ich nichts sagen.
I cannot say anything about that. I cannot say anything about that. You can buy all over the world uniforms from the military and you can put them on. But whether this is true, what Mrs. Lawyer says, I cannot say anything about that.
Thank you. Now I want to move back now to the KLA. Now, you told the prosecutor's office, and the reference for that is P00191.4 at page 7, that at the same time that you were deploying and were trying to secure order, the KLA in Prizren also tried to take over power. They were setting up checkpoints. Do you remember that?
Ja.
Yes.
The SPO, and that's at P00191.2, page 12, that you didn't know if, you were asked if it was an organised attempt, and you said you didn't know, sometimes it was simply chaotic. Do you remember that?
An diese Aussage.
I can remember that statement.
Es war zum Teil so.
It was partially a situation that the information management or the communication within the KLA was not something you would expect from a modern army. And on the other hand, it was also visible on the pictures available in the media, and I saw that myself, that it was visible that people in uniform and KLA leaders who were treated with a high degree of respect gave orders to their people, and that these orders were followed.
I think the other description you gave, and that is at P00192.2, that they didn't behave like a regular army at the border crossing, more like a gang of partisans. Do you remember describing them as that?
Ja.
Yes.
I'd like to read you a statement by Colonel Best about this attempted takeover by the KLA to see if you agree with it. And he says, there was a power vacuum. The civil, and the reference, is 077406, part 1, page 8. There was a power vacuum. The civil and administrative bodies, including the police and the military, had left. The MUP was no longer present. Even after the agreement, they still had to leave. The KLA naturally tried to fill this power vacuum and to make their presence known. They felt that they were the Liberation Army and, of course, wanted to show this to their people. From their point of view, this is understandable, but this was at odds with our mission there.
Das geschilderte Verhalten
The behavior that was described, the behavior of the KLA or the fighters of the KLA was like that. There was the attempt to, and that was especially after the first days after entry of Carrefour and the Yugoslavian army leaving, they tried to fill this vacuum, this power vacuum, also at the checkpoints. And that was then prohibited by the K4, but that took some time.
The point I'm trying to get at is that perhaps it was natural for them. They saw themselves as the victors. You know, they'd spilt their blood fighting the Serbs, and they wanted to claim that. Would you agree that to some extent it was natural that they wanted to assert themselves at that point? Whether it was allowed is a different point.
Könnten Sie die Frage
Could you kindly give or repeat the question more precisely?
I understand Besh to be saying here, what he says, the KLA naturally tried to fill the power vacuum. They felt that they were the Liberation Army and, of course, wanted to show this to their people. My question is, from a human perspective, whether or not they were allowed to fill the vacuum legally, it was perhaps natural that having seen themselves as the victors, they wanted to claim that victory. Would you agree with that?
Sache?
That was simply a fact. To assess that was not in my power at the time, and I do not want to do that today neither.
Now, you said that relatively quickly the KLA complied with your demands. That's right, isn't it?
Also, was die...
Well, when checkpoints were disbanded and when KLA was replaced at the crossing at Morina, as far as disarmament is concerned, there were, as far as I know, no bigger problems. The agreements, if I remember correctly, were adhered to largely, apart from certain problems, and I do not remember how important they were.
You've documented some of these issues in your diary. There's about 4 entries about that. Do you want to take a break or shall I go on?
This is a convenient time.
It's fine, yeah.
Witness, we'll give you about a 15-minute break, and then you'll come back to the courtroom and continue the cross-examination. Remember not to speak with anyone about your testimony here in the courtroom.
Ja, Euer Ehren.
Yes, Your Honor.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. All right, witness, we continue with Ms. Tavakoli's questions for you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to, as I said before the break, ask you a series of questions about the KLA and their activities when you arrived. If we could go, and I want to use a mixture of your diary and the war diary. If we could go to your diary, please. So that is 071142 to 071313. It's the same ERN in German. So 071162. That's the last paragraph. And it says here, you wrote, on the 16th of June, 99, the KLA is assured that there will be no obstruction by them at the border and elsewhere. In general, the KLA people do what we want. So far, they seem to have kept all their promises. Through the preparations, the local leaders of the KLA are also known. The brigade commander talks to them, orders are given to them. So you record here that in general, the KLA do what you want. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Diary entry, please. That's 071197. At the last line, in the afternoon, 2 British comrades and 2 KLA men die while defusing a mine. Is it right that the KLA were assisting K4 with demining?
I cannot say anything about that. This entry was made by me on the basis of an information apparently I received at the brigade. I do not know any more about it, or I cannot recall it.
If we move on then to the entry, if we can take this off the screen. Then you also travelled across Kosovo, you said before. Now, at the end of June, you told the SPO, and that the reference for that is P01191.4, that at the end of June, you drove to Pristina on the 30th of June, I think it was, and you were asked if you had any interactions with the KLA, for example, driving through their checkpoints, and you responded no. If there had been checkpoints of the KLA, we would have disbanded them. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Perhaps the explanation for this is at part 5, sorry, P01191.5, page 12, that trip was on the 30th of June and you told the SPO that demilitarisation was in full swing by then. Do you remember that?
Yes.
SPO what the situation looked like in August. And here we have P01191.4 at page 8. And in August, you said that by then the KLA were no longer carrying out tasks, i.e. checkpoints, patrols, all done by NATO troops. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Basically, they were complying with your request. That's what the diary records. Is that right?
Nach meiner Erinnerung wurde die
As far as I remember, the demilitarization took place without major problems.
I want to move. And then, sorry, one. Actually, it's fine. Then there's, can we please pull up in terms of the diary, which is 071142 to 071313, and at page 071228. And this is at 29th of June 99, the first paragraphs. You say certain groups of the KLA may not want to hand over their weapons. Cooperation between KFOR and the KLA is good, but the KLA is not a centrally led organisation like some are expecting. Can you explain what you meant by that, please?
dieser Eintrag.
And this entry is again an entry which was made in the moment. And what I meant to say was that the KLA was not an organization which was similar to a strictly organized Western army. There were different groups within them and regional differences.
If we could now go to the same diary, I think it's the next page actually. And it's the third paragraph. And this is a diary entry from the 30th of June. And you say here, the KLA has moved into the assembly areas on schedule and is sticking to the agreements. The KFOR leadership also seems to see it that way. Even our, and it's illegible, are supported by the KLA commanders, but who can guarantee for the radicals? Do you remember what you meant by that? The radicals?
Das ist nach der Befreiung durch
This was after the liberation. Radicals, undisciplined men, KLA members, could possibly commit certain attacks. That's what I meant, that the KLA leadership was not in a position, and that is my opinion on that, to control each and every man.
Now, turning to the cooperation, we're moving from your diary now to, I want to go to the K4 war diary, just to see if a few entries about what the KLA were doing accord with your understanding. I can do that very quickly. So the diary is so it's SITF 00225092 to SITF 005184. And the German is SITF 0224836 to 00225261. And the first page I want to go to is 291. And it's the ERN in the German is SITF 00225131. It's 181125 down the side. Yep, stop. Thanks. And if you could look at the bottom entry, 18th of June, sit rep, sorry, the second from bottom, sit rep from K4 Recce in talks between senior Muslim figures and KLA commanders at Dragas. Both sides solemnly agreed not to carry out reprisals on one another. Do you have any recollection of that?
Nein,
No. I only know that in the so-called Dragas tip, there live Muslims, and we were paying particular attention to that because not only Muslim parts of the population, but if I remember correctly, there were also so-called Gorans, which are part of the Serbian ethnicity, and therefore this area was of special interest to us.
Written that in their war diary, there's no reason to doubt its veracity. Is that right?
Einträge.
These entries are based on information stemming from the brigade itself and from other parts of K4. And I assume that this information, as it is usually the case, was verified. It is usual to check information, whether by intelligence or in another way, to verify this information and only to include verified information. If the information was not verified, there needs to be a certain remark added to it.
This is for you on the same page, and that is at page 285 of this document. And that is SITF 00225125 in the German. Sorry, they're in the same reference entry. And it's at the 17th, 1040 BJ. Yeah. It's the second one down. No, please stay where the English is right. If you go up a bit more. On the English, can you move to the top of the page, please? Thank you. So it's the second entry, and it says here, report from Ops Info. The area of Samak DM 7783 and Novak DM 8083 largely vacated by Serbs, although KLA officer Chikalu made earnest attempt to persuade the Serbian population to remain. And then just a bit lower, refugees were repeatedly and emphatically informed that KFOR wants the population to remain, and also that the KLA, for its part, has signalled its agreement for them to remain. Do you remember anything along those lines?
No.
Mark, is that right?
That is what I assume, yes.
At the MUT building on the 18th of June, please. We can take that off the screen. Now, you told the SPO, and the reference here is P01191.2 at page 21, that when you arrived, and your words were, it was almost chaos. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Same reference. Outside, there were a lot of civilians walking around the prison, and there were also a lot of armed or uniformed and civilian Kosovars that we removed from the prison. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Yes.
How the troops behaved when you arrived, and that's the same reference but at page 25. And you said, generally these troops complied when something was demanded or ordered by or from our side generally. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
26. The KLA were kicked out of the building and they complied. There was no dispute or threat of dispute. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. The building was evacuated relatively quickly. The KLA members left it, and as far as I remember, they were disarmed so that we were able to release the illegal prisoners and search the building. And the results, of course, can be found in the diary, or yes, the diary.
The KLA. You also told the SPO, and the reference there is P00191.3 at page 36, that disarming the KLA went, and in your words, without incidents. Do you remember that?
In or around the MOB building, yes.
Now, We know from earlier that you took photographs of the dead man who was found, correct?
Yes, upon the order of the military police.
You arrived after he had been taken, so you don't know exactly why he was taken, do you?
According to what KLA members said, in front of the prison, all those who we liberated, also the dead man, were either Serbs or collaborators.
Thank you. And do you know a Sergeant Dirk Menzel? Do you remember him?
War das der Stabsarzt, der den Tod...
Was that the medical officer who examined the dead man?
I think, but I stand to be corrected, that he was one of the officers at the KLA, at the building at the time. If I can just read you. He was there. If I just read you what he said. And the reference here is 072882, part 2, page 14. And he's asked about who the prisoners are. And he says, according to the statement on site, there on site with the locals or something, that's supposed to be, yes, who were policemen there or who worked in administration for the Serbs. That was the statement on the spot. Then he's asked, who gave you the statement? And he says, I don't remember that either. And he's asked, you just said locals, what did you mean by that? And he said, yes, the individuals who have acted in part as interpreters there. Everyone has that. You see in the pictures there are crowds of people, and from these crowds there is also always information, unreliable information. Yes, whatever. It is yes, and some of them are always ready to talk, and some of them speak German, and then something like that just comes out of the crowd. And then he goes on to say, out of this crowd, out of this, it is always with them, there are always onlookers. And you don't even have to ask, they just reveal things like that. Then he's asked in what language the statements were communicated to him, and he says, most likely in German. And he laughs, and he says, so yes, yes, that is then to be understood, partly like Chinese whispers. Someone hears that in front, then it goes around quickly, and then he's asked, is this unreliable information? And he says, yes, definitely. So he thinks the information that he was given, that the people were policemen or worked in administration for the Serbs, was unreliable because it was like Chinese whispers. Could that be possible?
Die Aussage Kollaborateur.
When I took over the term collaborators, I was basing it on conversations I had after the action on the spot with people from the KLA. A number of them spoke German, well, German with an Austrian or Swiss tinge, some of them.
The reality is, though, because you got there after the event, and you're not KLA, or whoever took these people, you don't know why they were taken, do you?
All I can do is tell you what I heard, that they were collaborators.
And my colleague has just told me that Dirk Menzel was in the air defence battery, just for the record. Now, if we could please bring up P00858. And this is the, I think this is not for the public viewing.
No.
And then go to page 16. And this is the autopsy. This is the report by the senior medical officer who did the autopsy. And if you can see there, he found, or she found, the bruises found, in my opinion, do not represent a fatal injury. The tablets found indicate a possible cardiovascular condition. In that case, a sudden cardiac death would be quite conceivable. Had you seen that report at the time or since?
Ich habe diesen Bericht gesehen.
I did see this report. I was present when the medical officer conducted the examination. The dead man was attached to the chair by way of handcuffs with one hand. And after the military police had told me to document the situation, the deceased was released of the handcuff and then examined by the medical officer. I think his name was Schreckenbauer or something like that. He was examined on both sides of his body, front and back, and the medical officer saw bruises and lividity on the body. And I remember him saying that a beating or the visible bruises were not the cause of death, but instead probably there was a cardiovascular condition, a sudden cardiac death, and that was the probable cause of death.
Questions?
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly.
Very sorry. Shall I tender my documents now? Shall I apply to tender them or at the end?
I'd like to have them tendered at the time you introduce them rather than at the end. If you want to do it now, go ahead.
Sorry. My mistake.
Ms. O'Reilly, we'll have to have you sit for just a moment. Okay. Why don't
Sorry.
we get on with this, and then you can put together what you have, and we'll deal with it at one time. Now, Ms. O'Reilly.
Good morning, witness. My name's Annie O'Reilly, and I'll just be asking you a few questions on behalf of Kadri Vassetti this morning.
Good morning.
We're actually staying on the same topic, happily. And what I wanted to do first was just show you some of the pictures which I believe you said you took that day. And so the picture that I would like to pull up is 071934. And it's the first page of that document. 394. What did I say? Apologies, the last three digits are 394, not 934.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure that this is not publicly broadcasted.
Yes. And thank you to the prosecution. Now, witness, this is the ID card of the victim we've just been speaking about, and a pillbox that was found on his body. And you took this picture, is that right?
Ich bin mir
With regard to this particular photograph, I am not entirely certain.
Do you recall seeing the ID at any point?
ja,
Yes, I do. As far as I remember, the ID was seized. Yes.
Thank you. Now, that box of medication, which subsequent investigation notes indicate to us were found on that victim's body, and the reference for that is CITIF, and I think we should maybe just pull this up, CITIF 000-33529, and then the specific page ends in 4128.
And similarly, this document should be confidential.
If it assists, it's page 600 of the PDF. Them that further that it is given just for prescription from the doctor, the medicine must be taken daily. Failure to do so, in the chemist's opinion, would result in a heart attack. Now, witness, that's consistent with what the medic and I believe you have said in your SBO interview, that it appeared that it could have been cardiac arrest. That was the cause of death of the victim. Isn't that right?
meine Eintragung.
My entry is based on what the medical officer told us. I'm not a medical doctor.
Indeed, thank you, witness, and I didn't mean for you to comment beyond your expertise. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly. Mr. Roberts?
Good morning, Your Honour. I see we have 4 minutes left. Do you want me to start? I'm quite happy to, or do you want me to come back and...
How much do you have, do you know?
I'd say probably 20 to 30 minutes, but it does depend significantly on what answers I get from the witness early on, to be honest.
We'll take the break right now.
Could I... Apologies, I did the same thing as my colleague and forgot to tender the pages that I just used. I forgot to tender the pages that I just used, and I was wondering if I could do that now.
And please try to tender the exhibits at the time they are used. It makes no sense to wait to the end and then pile up a bunch of numbers.
I take the point, Your Honour.
Go ahead with yours. Well, yours are fairly short.
So the two entries were page 600 of that document and also page 396.
And that is SITF 000335529.
That's correct, Your Honour.
Okay, pages 396 and page 600.
Indeed. Thank you.
All right. Any objection?
Your Honour, yes to the first page, but I would like to maybe state the reason without the witness present.
We're about to take a break. Is there something special about this that you can't speak to it?
It appeared to be a statement from a different witness.
Yes, it is a statement from a different witness. That has nothing to do with this witness. He doesn't have to leave the room. State your objection.
Yes, we object on the basis that the rules for admission of statements should be followed.
Thank you.
It's not necessarily being tendered for truth of its content. It's relevant to the matter at hand. And I would note that the doctor is being tendered by the prosecution via 153, so we won't have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Go ahead. Ms. Tavakoli. Are you ready to make your admission or your tender at this time?
Oh, no, sorry. Can I just...
We're going to give you a half-hour break at this time, and then you'll come back to the courtroom for additional questions. You may leave the courtroom now.
Yes, Your Honour.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated.
Your Honour, I just wish to correct the record. I reacted too quickly earlier. I wish to withdraw our objection to page 600.
You have no objection to either of those pages?
No, it was a summary, not a statement. So.
Yes.
Shall I tender my exhibits? Apologies again. So the first is the diary of this witness. So the German, it's 07, in English, 071142 to 071313. And the German is 071139 to 071313. And the pages are the same in both versions, and they are as follows: 071220 071190, 07162, 071152, 071170, 071282, 071228, and 071229.
Madam Court Officer, can we just admit those under one number and then have subparts for each one of the different pages?
Your Honors, certain pages of the diary have already been admitted yesterday as P01194. I propose that these pages are added to that exhibit number.
Unless there's some objection to that. Unless there's some objection, none appears. That'll be all right.
And classification is confidential.
You want to read the exhibit? Oh, do you want to read the subparts then? Is it one through?
You mean separate
Are
pages?
you going to do? Are you each one of the pages going to have a separate subpart, a decimal, or not?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
They would be just added to the pages already admitted.
All right, fine. Thank you.
I'm just asking, my learned friend, if it is confidential.
And pages admitted yesterday should stay confidential. I have no objection to the rest of the pages being classified as public, but that would split the exhibit.
They all will be in one exhibit, so they should carry the same classification as far as I'm concerned, so it'll still be confidential.
Thank you. And then, shall I go on? And then in the K4 War Diary, the English version is SITF 00225092 to SITF 0025184, and the German is SITF 00224836 to 00225261. And the pages are the same in both versions. So the first is page 277, and in the German, the ERN is SITF 0022517. Then there's page 291 in both versions, and the German ERN is SITF 00225131. And then finally, page 285 in both versions, the ERN in the German is SITF 00225125. Thank you.
Your Honors, certain pages of the same document were admitted yesterday as 1D00131. I propose that these pages are added to the same exhibit.
Thank you.
Classification is confidential.
Similarly, we would not object to these pages being public. I would need to revise that exhibit, Your Honor.
They will be public classification.
Thank you.
For the record, SITF 000335529, page 396, and page 600 are admitted and will be assigned an exhibit number.
Your Honor, pages 600 with the ERN SITF 000341128 and page 396 with ERN SITF 003394 from the document SITF 000335529 to 0003531 will be admitted as 2D00021. Classification is confidential.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Roberts. We won't count those 5 minutes against your time.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think I'll be well short of my estimated time anyway, so I'll save those for another witness.
You can bring the witness in now, Madam Usher. All right, witness Mr. Roberts from the Salimi defense will have questions for you at this time. Please give him your attention.
Good morning, witness. As the presiding judge has stated, my name is Jeff Roberts. I represent Mr. Salimi. I probably have about 20 or 30 minutes of questions. Obviously, if any of my questions are not clear, please don't hesitate to ask me to rephrase them. But please do try and keep your answers direct and concise to my questions. Is that all clear?
Ja.
Yes, it is.
Now, just to go back very briefly, you arrived on the 14th of June into Kosovo. And just to be clear, when KFOR arrived into Kosovo, it was their understanding that they had exclusive authority to conduct police functions when they entered. That's correct, isn't it?
Nein, das...
No. This went beyond police duties and police rights. KFOR, according to the rules, was supposed to separate the parties and ensure the withdrawal of the Yugoslav forces, as well as to establish order and security in Kosovo, including the disarming of armed people.
These activities, but it did include them. They were the only police authority within Kosovo from the moment that you entered. That's correct.
KFOR was the only authority in Kosovo during that time, yes.
And you had military police units within the KFOR brigades and battalions that came into Kosovo, didn't you?
Ja.
Yes. The Multinational Brigade South that was stationed in Prizren and that included me, we had German military police forces, yes.
Of military police you had at the time when you first entered?
Nein.
No, no.
Gemessen an den etwa 5...
Compared to the 5,000 men of the brigade in total, I think the numbers were rather small.
What a member of the German military police at the time said about your responsibilities. So this is Thomas Seefeld, who I believe was a sergeant major in the military police. Did you know him at all, or did you ever meet Mr. Seefeld? And I apologize for my German pronunciation of that name.
Nein.
No. We had several thousand men in our brigade. Of course, I saw a lot of faces, but I don't remember all of them. I just remember a very small part of our soldiers.
What he says that I'm interested in. So this is for the reference ERN 077355-TR-ET Part 1 revised page 4. He's asked what, generally speaking, your duties and area of responsibility in June, July and August 1999 in Kosovo was. He answered, we were responsible for restoring order and security in the town of Prizren, given that after, I would say, the fall of Kosovo, there was no operational police. Kosovo did not have police, so those duties became ours. Yes, we performed them. This is to say, we were tasked later on with running the prison, with running the police station. Yes, traffic wardens, investigative duties, everything that came up. Now, is that consistent with your understanding of the role of the military police within KFOR? when you entered Kosovo and during your time in Kosovo?
Ja.
Yes. But there were also other units, such as the air defense unit near the prison, other units that took over police tasks. But the role of the military police is just the way that you described it.
The military police, all units of KFOR had to carry out some form of police-like activities at the time. That's correct, isn't it?
Vielleicht.
Maybe not all of them, but several of them have took over these tasks, yes. Whenever it was necessary, it was only a smaller part of their duties.
And is it fair to say that when or if any members of the KLA during that period attempted to carry out any police-like functions, setting up checkpoints or alike, you, as members of KFOR, would immediately put a stop to that? Because that was your responsibility.
Soweit in den
As far as possible, we stopped these activities quickly during the first few days.
Quite vigorous in doing so, if I can use that expression that comes from your interview. So that's P1191.2, pages 13 to 14. You were quite active and vigorous in trying to stop anyone else from carrying out any public order activities as part of your mandate, as you understood it. Is that correct?
Es war nicht die Zeit.
Well, there was no time for discussions. We just carried out our tasks in a vigorous way.
Simply to understand your role, and that you saw it as your role to stop anyone else carrying out any public order functions. And when I say your role, I mean the role of KFOR. Sorry, just for the record, just to be clear, that was a question. It may not have been so clearly phrased, but just to say that you did see it as your role, as the role of KFOR, to stop anyone else carrying out any public order functions, didn't you? Is that fair?
Yes.
Rolf Bescht earlier in a photograph. He was the deputy commander, I think, wasn't he?
Ja.
Yes. It was in one of the video clips. He was the deputy commander of the Multinational Brigade South that was located at Prizren.
And he, in an article in the New York Times, so this is P1188.2, so for the record 013435, he is quoted as saying that the Allies were taking over the police station. I assume he's referring to KFOR. Quote, to make it perfectly clear, we were the only force, the only authority in town. And that's consistent with what you're saying, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Told any KLA or former KLA commanders, I presume, at the time as well. You wanted that message to be very clear to them.
Das wurde
the military people who had the responsibility, the brigade commander, for example, on the ground, it was they who told the KLA people about this. General von Korff, the brigade commander, met with KLA people several times and told them very clearly what the procedure was going to be.
This was why you were so keen on them disarming and so keen on them not taking over public buildings or setting up checkpoints. All of these actions are consistent with your statement that you were the only, or Mr. Betcher's statement, sorry, that German KFOR was the only authority in town. Is that fair?
Im Bereich der
In the region of the Multinational Brigade South, the metropolitan area of Brisbane, yes. It also goes for the German and also other nationalities within the brigade, such as the Dutch.
Presumably, and maybe you don't know this, but presumably all other aspects of KFOR were doing the same thing, weren't they? They had the same mandate as you to take over responsibility for law and order within Kosovo as soon as they arrived.
Das Vorgehen der
The Brigade South and the other brigades acted according to the mandate.
Brigade South, sorry, you mean the German part of, sorry, what do you mean exactly by Brigade South, just to be clear, how far that covered?
The Multinational Brigade South was one of several brigades within KFOR. It included the south of Kosovo. It was headquartered in Brisbane and was responsible for that region. As far as I know, if I remember it correctly, there were 4 brigades altogether, but I'm not entirely certain anymore. The Multinational Brigade South was led by the Germans and included a Dutch artillery battalion at the beginning. And then we also got a company of Russian soldiers, and a little bit later further nations joined us.
And in terms of the rest of Kosovo, and again, if you can't answer, that's fine, but your understanding was that the KFOR units covering the rest of Kosovo also had the same role and responsibility?
Ja.
Yes. The KFOR leadership in Pristina had, I think, 4 brigades that all had an identical task.
Law and order is the exclusive authority in Kosovo.
Zunächst den
Well, initially the task was to escort the rest of the Serbian or Yugoslav forces out of the country, and in parallel, of course, to establish order and security, or keep it within the whole of Kosovo.
As part of your authority, you detained individuals, didn't you? And again, you, German KFOR soldiers, detained individuals.
We apprehended many people, and that is why shortly after the liberation, the MUP building started to be used as a prison for those that we arrested for looting, etc. And it was run by the Air Defense Unit.
The KFOR military police?
I'm sure that the military police was involved, but they didn't have enough people. That is why other units took over the administration of the prison.
It's correct that in your SPO interview you said that the population or the number of people detained, after the 20th of June increased significantly, didn't it? Up to around, well, actually, do you know how many people were detained within that prison?
Keine genaue Zahl,
I don't have an exact figure,
aber es waren
but several dozens, I think, if not more than 100.
Now, do you know how long K4 considered they could detain people for at that prison or in other detention facilities operated by K4?
wenn ich mich richtig
If I remember correctly, it was up to 3 days.
And what was the basis for that understanding? Was that your internal procedures, or what was the basis for you believing you could detain them for 3 days?
Ich glaube, das war K.
I think that K4 had a rule on that.
Nein.
No. All I know is that after the first few days or weeks, there were some developments in terms of justice system and police forces to get everything on the right track.
To that in a bit more detail in a minute, but so at the beginning they were being detained without a specific basis that you're aware of.
Ich kann die Grundlage.
I cannot tell you what the basis was.
Within German K4 to detain anybody within Kosovo.
Wenn beispielsweise Plündern.
When we saw people looting and arrested them, for example, this happened on the basis of K4 rules and the K4 task to stop any crimes from happening. So that's why we arrested them and took them to prison.
Anyone within K4 could arrest or detain under your understanding of what was permitted?
Wenn es an
let's say at checkpoints or during patrols, if there were any problems, if any crimes were seen or noticed, then the patrolling soldiers arrested the perpetrators and made sure that they were put into prison.
Or it's not limited to members of the military police?
Im Rahmen ihres.
Within their orders, it was any member of K4, not only the Germans.
Yes, but any individual soldier, I mean. It's not limited to specific units who had that authority to arrest.
Nein.
No, it wasn't restricted to any particular unit. Any soldier could arrest criminals, perpetrators.
Detain them for up to 3 days based on an order of the commander, did you say earlier? So
ich glaube mich zu erinnern.
I think that we were able to keep these people for up to 3 days.
And then what would happen to them?
Es kam relativ schnell auf.
Well, the first judges started arriving relatively quickly. I think they came from the EU. And then a kind of justice system was established to treat these cases. But other than that, it depended on what the people had done. Some of them were liberated fairly quickly if they didn't present a danger to the public or to KFOR.
The dates of the justice system that was created, but in June and July there was no justice system. That was just KFOR operating at that point. Is that fair?
Ja.
Yes, that is correct. However, the first judicial bodies or the first judicial representatives arrived relatively quickly in order to help build up an actual justice system.
Just go to your diary just to see the process as you understood it. So that's, I'll just get the ERN. So that's 071142 to 071313, ET revised, and that's at page 071266, both in the English and the German. If we can just put this up on the screen, I believe this can be public. But so that's at page 071266. Just check we have the right page before I start reading. We just scroll to the, sorry, no, 266. There we go. So in the second paragraph from the bottom in the English, I'll just read out, states, "We are on the trail of the monument blaster. The security precautions in the old town are being tightened. There are 65 prisoners in the jail, including one woman. None of them are small fry. The brigade commander, advised by the legal advisor, decides on the length of detention." Do you see that in your diary that you'd recorded?
Das hilft meiner
This helps me remember, yes, as far as the German contingent is concerned, it included a legal advisor. He was a lieutenant colonel. This is common because he is advising the commander in all legal affairs, and he did that in these legal affairs as well on that occasion.
Essentially, it's the brigade commander who decides whether they stay in detention or not, according to your diary.
Ja, der
Yes, the legal advisor is an advisor. The decision of the military commander was based on exactly that.
Who decides whether the person remains being detained is the brigade commander, according to your diary. That's correct, isn't it?
Ja.
And he could decide to extend the detention if he felt it was necessary.
Das ist in meiner Erinnerung.
As far as I remember, that is the case.
The individual, at that point, this is the 7th of July, I believe, there was no judicial process, was there, in place for any of those individuals to challenge their detention?
Zu dieser Zeit
I think at that point in time, there were no civil judges present yet who could have acted on the basis of civil laws.
Yes, I was trying to work out what you were doing. When you were detaining people, you didn't have a judicial process to decide whether to carry on detaining them. You had a decision of the brigade commander. That's the way that your military worked. Is that fair? And again, it's not a criticism. I'm just trying to work out how you came to these decisions.
Das war in meiner Erinnerung.
As far as I remember, this was the case for the entire KFOR, because there were no judicial authorities available, not yet available.
Yes, and so throughout K4, they were able to detain people up until there had been a decision of the brigade commander, and that brigade commander could continue that detention. And that was normal, was it not?
Nach meiner Erinnerung.
At least, as far as I remember, that was the case, at least during the first weeks.
Well, I would suggest it lasted a lot longer than that in terms of actually the ability of UNMIK to establish a justice system, and that KFOR continued to detain people throughout June and July without there being any specific process for being able to challenge that detention. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Ich erinnere mich.
I do remember that before I returned back home at the beginning of August, there was already a German judge living in our camp, and he was then looking after such affairs. So this must have been in June, at the latest in June, until at least one judge took up his service on behalf of the European Union, I believe.
But you're saying that, just so I'm clear and understand your evidence, it was only at the beginning of August that there was a judge there who was assessing the lawfulness, if you like, of the detention of people that KFOR had taken and detained. Is that correct?
Ja, das meine ich.
Yes, I believe so. Yes. At that point in time, there was a start made with the setup of the Kosovo police, with the judiciary, and at that point in time, this judge was already active at the latest, at some point in time in July.
And so up until that point, so at some point in July, I would suggest it's the end of July, but the point I'm making is that up until that point, KFOR detained individuals and they didn't have the right to challenge their detention before a judge. You accept that, don't you?
Meines Wissens ja.
As far as I know, yes, there were no judges. There were no judges, there were no prosecutors.
And your understanding of how procedures happened at the prison and with the military police is that there was no process for fairly challenging the detention of an individual. There was no defense lawyers assigned before there were judges, I presume.
Am Beispiel.
The example of the old MUP building, there was the company commander of the air defense. He was the head of the prison and he was the investigative judge in one person. And also the men, apart from one woman, as far as I know, those who were detained, he also heard them. That means not everybody was simply detained there for days on end.
There were people who were detained there for days on end without the ability to have legal representation and without the ability to be brought before a judge and without the ability to appeal any decision to keep them in detention. That was just the reality of what the situation you were facing at the time, wasn't it?
It is difficult to say something about that. Because of the situation, it could have been possible, but I cannot assess that in detail.
If we just go into private session, actually, just for a specific document now, Your Honour.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Honors. We are now in public session.
Thank you. You can continue, Mr. Bayezu.
Thank you, Anna. You answer. I will repeat the question. I think because you answer to have it clear on the record. You did not see those instruments being used to mistreat those individuals. Did you see that?
Ja.
Yes.
Your answer. Have you seen the? Have you been present when these instruments were being used to mistreat the individuals that were at the MEP building?
Nein, niemand.
No, no one from KFOR was present. KFOR liberated this prison or the prisoners.
So when you testified that the KLA used the same instruments after the MUP left, you were making assumptions, weren't you?
Your Honor, this is mischaracterizing the witness evidence.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Ich habe diese.
I took photos of these instruments, and this note under the photograph was added by me in my diary. We found these instruments, amongst other things, wooden batons, in a way that they could have been used any time. Not stashed away somewhere, but somewhere ready to use.
They could have been used any time, and the caption under the photograph says the means of torture have not changed. But you have, my question is, you personally have no evidence that these instruments were used by the KLA.
This note in my dictionary represents the impression I had. Whether these instruments were used by the KLA or already before that, I can of course not prove, and I cannot give more concrete information to that.
Those were my questions. Thank you, witness.
Thank you, Mr. Bayezu. Any redirect by the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Judge Barta.
Yes, thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I hope you can hear me well. The panel has a few more questions for you which we believe are necessary to fully understand your statement. And my first questions are about the security situation in South Kosovo in summer 1999 during the time of your deployment. Witness, in your interview with the SPO, the prosecution in September 2019, you said the following, and this is from part 4 of the transcript of your SPO interview, page 2, lines 15 to 16, I quote, "What we couldn't prevent was the occasional murder in our sector of Serbs, of men, of families. You had that in the first days. You couldn't stop that," end of quote. And the next quote is from part 4, page 2, lines 21 to 22. There were acts of violence, looting, and this is also from part 4, page 3, lines 1 to 3. Burning too, especially in the Serbian quarter, in Prizren repeatedly, where arson occurred, and then at least in one case the water was turned off so that the fire brigade, which was rather pathetic anyway, couldn't even extinguish it until we arrived, end of quote. So witness, you had to deal, and this is my first question, you had to deal with occasional murders, arson, looting, and other acts of violence, is that correct? In the first days after you arrived in Kosovo?
Yes.
And what role did the KLA play in this respect, if any? I think you said in your SPO interview and earlier today that they were conducting patrols in the city of Prizren and that they had set up checkpoints, right?
Yes, and there was a stronger presence in Serbian districts in order to prevent revenge, acts of revenge.
Bear with me just a second. I'm waiting for the transcript. You just said a stronger presence, or there was a stronger presence in the Serbian districts in order to prevent revenge, acts of revenge. Are you referring to, or were you referring to the KLA, who showed a stronger presence in the Serbian districts to prevent acts of revenge? Is that what you were saying?
No, with presence, I meant the KFOR forces.
Understood. And witness, did you personally see checkpoints by the KLA?
In der Zeit den
In the period 13th, 14th of June, the time of entry, I saw the first KLA checkpoints at the Morina border crossing to Albania, where KLA, and that was immediately after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces, basically took over the border crossing. This is something we prevented quickly, and in the next days, what we prohibited as well were illegal checkpoints by KLA forces. And there were partially also people in civil clothes seen there.
Is that right?
Das war
They were illegal checkpoints. The KLA was not authorized to exercise power in any form.
In fact, KLA checkpoints. Did you, or did the soldiers wear KLA uniforms? Did they tell you that they were KLA, or did you check their IDs? How did you know that?
What was very widespread under KLA members was the KLA logo, and very often, not that often, but what was visible was a sign, I think it was a red armband showing a kind of a military police, and it was at least clearly visible that they were KLA members.
Believed to be KLA explained to you why they had set up these checkpoints, for example, at the border crossing to Albania? Did you speak to these people?
soweit in dieser teils hektischen Situation.
This was quite a hectic period, and if talks were necessary in this hectic period, they took place, and the military leaders did talk to the KLA leaders in order to be able to guarantee an orderly process. Why KLA erected checkpoints and why they took over the border crossing, did not matter to us.
Thank you. Now, I would like to talk about the events at the former MUP building on the 18th of June 1999, and I'd like to start with the question, can you tell us how many KLA soldiers were there when you arrived? Approximately, of course.
Es war mehr als ein
More than a handful, I think around 20. At first, in the prison. And during the action, more and more people arrived, also members of the KLA. This was in the middle of the city. A lot of members of the press, international press, was present there, and also more and more forces from KFOR, military personnel and medical personnel, and so forth.
I'm referring to part 3, page 7, lines 5 to 11, for the record. You said that when your first troops were present at the scene, there were some KLA people walking around in uniform, and that some of them were trying to make it difficult to do any recording. Do you remember saying this during your SBO interview? Especially the last part about people trying to make it difficult to do a recording?
Yes. This problem could be solved relatively quickly.
Did to prevent a recording or to make a recording difficult?
Es waren die typischen Dinge, die
Well, the usual matters known by the media. Put your hands in front of the camera, or simply saying no in any language. But this problem, I believe, was relatively quickly solved by our intervening. It was not a huge problem.
The uniform of these people, the people who tried to make a recording difficult, for example, what color was, or the uniform was.
zum Erschweren der Aufnahme.
I cannot say anything about this making the recordings difficult. I cannot say anything about the uniforms. There was a usual picture of black uniforms, a mix of uniforms up to military civil uniforms.
You met at the MUP building tell you that they were from the KLA? And if so, did they mention a specific unit?
Es war von der Uniformierung.
The uniforms and the insignia made basically clear that they were KLA members. And there was at least one KLA member in complete uniform. And because of his gestures, because of his behavior, it was clear that he was a chief, that he was a commander.
Man?
Nein.
No, I did not talk to that man.
Or he or she was a KLA member, right?
As far as I know, he had a complete uniform. Which nationality, I do not recall, but there are pictures, press, media pictures. And on his head, I believe, was the KLA symbol. And the way he behaved made clear he was a leader.
Explicitly told you that he or she belonged to the KLA, right?
Nein.
No.
And did anybody tell you that the men in and outside the MUP building were not from the KLA? Did anybody tell you this?
Nein.
No. And they were recognizably members of this formation.
Have a doubt that the individuals who had occupied the MUP building were indeed KLA soldiers, did you?
Absolutely no doubt.
People who were kidnapped and detained by people from Albania or other countries who had bought or otherwise obtained KLA uniforms in order to pretend to be from the KLA.
Nein. Nein.
No.
Arrested and detained by people who pretended to be from the KLA and who wore KLA uniforms in order to, pretend to be from the KLA.
No, absolutely not.
Handed over to you, that is to KFOR, any persons, or provided KFOR with the names of persons suspected of having committed crimes, be they suspects from the KLA's own ranks or others who were not members of the KLA. Did that happen, as far as you know?
An solche Vorgänge kann
I do not remember such processes.
On to the people who were liberated from the former MUP building on the 18th of June 1999. And could I ask you to describe their physical and mental state? Were they visibly injured? And if so, what injuries did they have?
wie auf meinen Fotos zu sehen.
As you can see on my photos, several men had large bruises, partially on their belly, partially on their back, and on other parts of their bodies. And they showed us these bruises, and I documented them. And that was shortly after the liberation. And our medical personnel treated them in front of the building while other forces cleared the building.
Wounds as well?
No.
And were these people, the people who were liberated or by you and your comrades, were they stressed and or exhausted? Can you remember that?
Wort heißt sie.
Well, they were, in German, mitgenommen. They were happy to be released, but they were suffering mentally and physically.
Ask for anything, for example, water or food?
Ob sie darum gebeten haben.
Whether they asked for that, I do not know. But we immediately provided them with water, and the medical personnel checked them accordingly.
Did they ask to contact their relatives?
Kann ich mich nicht.
I do not recall that.
SPO interview and also today that you heard from the KLA people that the prisoners in the MUP building were allegedly collaborators. Is that correct?
Ja.
Yes.
Now I would like to ask you to help us identify the exact time of the events at or in the former MUP station. First of all, the raid was on the 18th of June 1999, is that right?
Ja.
That's right.
The area a few days before, correct?
Ja,
Yes, in the days before that day.
The KLA took over the MUP building, whether it was on the 12th of June, the 13th of June, or 14th or 15th, or later?
Nein.
No, I don't.
Thank you. Witness, we've talked about the events at and in the former MUP building. Do you know of other detention sites the KLA had allegedly used apart from the former MUP station?
No, I don't recall anything of that sort. I assisted in the liberation of one single man on factory premises outside of the city, but this was not a real prison. This was just one person. And when it comes to any other locations where more than one person was held, I don't recall anything. I can't tell you anything.
On pages 1 to 5, you mentioned an incident where a heavy battle tank was used to open, I think it was the entrance gate of a factory. Was that the incident you were just referring to? Where a man was liberated?
Ja, sir.
Yes, sir.
According to part 5 of your SPO interview in Krusche im Made. Is that right?
Der Name steht.
My diary contains the name of the location. We received a piece of information on this and went to that spot, and since the factory gate was closed, we used the tank to open it.
That was before or after the events at the MUP building on the 18th of June?
Danach.
It was after.
And how did you know that the factory site was used by the KLA? How did you know that?
Wir haben
We used to get tips from the population leading to certain sites like graves or crime scenes.
Did you meet persons who wore KLA uniforms at that site?
Da bin ich mir nicht mehr sicher.
I am not entirely certain anymore. I don't know whether the people who were holding the prisoner were wearing uniforms or not. I don't recall.
So I'm asking because I'd like to know whether it was clear to you that you had to deal with a KLA detention site or whether it was just an incident where the KLA was not involved at all.
I remember the tip that we got. We heard that somebody was being held on these premises, and we went there at great speed, liberated the man, and afterwards I went on to my next assignment immediately, so I'm afraid I cannot say much more about the hostage takers, for example.
And also in part 5 of your SPO interview on pages 7 to 10, you mentioned another incident where a small Serbian village called Donjice, the mountains around prison, was destroyed, where you found 5 or 6 bodies of presumably elderly people who were killed and who had not fled. But you said in your interview that there were no indications that the KLA was present in that area. Is that right? First of all, can you remember saying that to the SPO in your interview?
Yes. Could I say a few more words about Dojnice, Your Honor? We received a tip according to which something had happened in the southern area of our region, the Dragaš tip. We were told that there was a location there where a crime had been committed. Then we went into this very remote mountainous area and we found a village there. We asked the people in the village about what we had heard, and that was the first time in all those weeks when we did not receive the support of the Albanian population. They refused to help us, they just kept stumm. And we went on further up the mountain and found Dojnice, this village, and what you've just told us. We reported this, of course, and other forces took over from us, and we went back. We did not find any perpetrators in the upper village. All we found was the crime scene. And in addition, we found the local church that had been destroyed, a Serbian Orthodox church. Microphone, please.
Sorry, I think it was my first mistake in that regard. I just wanted to ask you, witness, if there's anything else you would like to add in this regard, or?
Nein, sir.
No, sir.
All right, Judge Petro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I have a few follow-up questions for you. You spoke of, and were asked about, a vacuum that was left after the departure of the Yugoslav troops from Kosovo. Do you recall discussing this?
Yeah.
I do recall.
Why it was thought to be undesirable for the KLA to fill that void or vacuum. In other words, do you know why the international community and KFOR did not wish to have the KLA fill that void?
Weil aufgrund der
On the basis of the KFOR rules, these forces had to be disarmed as well. That was the reason, and also in order to reintroduce order and security and prevent any atrocities towards the remaining Serbs and others. So on the part of KFOR, any Kosovan authorities were undesirable.
Wish to put words in your mouth, but does that mean that there was concern, as you understood, that acts of revenge could come not just from members of the civilian population, but also from KLA member? Would that be fair?
man wollte Rache.
The intention was to prevent any kinds of revenge, independent of where they came from.
Is it correct that after KFOR had entered Kosovo, so sometimes between the 11th and the 14th of June of 1999, the KLA continued to operate for a few more months? Is that right?
Ich glaube nein.
I don't think so. The KLA was disarmed relatively quickly on the basis of the rules that had been established, with the exception of a very few cases. And within the first few weeks, KFOR was able to consolidate its position. And then other organizations came into the region, as well as representatives of the justice and police systems, in order to establish a new order.
Then let me ask you the question in that way, perhaps. Do you recall, or can you recall, when the process of demilitarization of the KLA ended approximately?
I think they were disarmed by the end of June.
Of Kosovo in general, or the area in which you were operating yourself and your colleagues?
The rules about disarming the KLA were the same for the whole KFOR, the entire KFOR force. I believe that by the end of June, at the latest, the KLA had been disarmed, at least to a great degree. And from then on, more and more uniforms disappeared from the streets.
Asked by counsel for the defense and by Judge Barty as well. To your knowledge, did Kosovo Albanian civilians ever set up detention facilities?
Meines Wissens.
As far as I know, no.
You have testified about, in particular, at the MOOC building, were being manned, in your understanding, by the KLA. Is that right?
When we liberated the prison, we found people who were definitely members of the KLA.
It had been, up until that point, under KLA custody.
Yes, that's what I assume.
For the Salimi defense, a number of questions about the authority of KFOR to detain and arrest suspected criminals. Do you remember these questions, sir?
Yeah. Yes, I do, Your Honor.
A document dated the 4th of July of 1999 from UNMIK Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo. It's called A Statement on the Right of KFOR to Apprehend and Detain. It suggests that the power of KFOR to apprehend and detain was based on Security Council Resolution 1244 and on that particular statement. Do you have any memory of that particular document, which is signed by the Special Representative of the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Sergio de Mello? Do you recall that document?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do. It describes the tasks of KFOR.
Requires of KFOR to comply with internationally recognized human rights standards, and it requires that the name of detained person shall be immediately reported to one of the prosecutors newly appointed by UNMIK, and then onwards to investigative judges or a person with judicial authority as was feasible in the circumstances. Do you recall such an arrangement being put in place in the early days of July of 1999?
As I mentioned before, the first judges were already there at the beginning of July, and they were sent by UNIC. Yes.
Judge Gaynor, anything?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Judge Smith. Witness, in 1999, you had served for nearly 30 years as a professional military officer, is that right?
29.
29 years, Your Honor.
You had received some instruction in international humanitarian law.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of the obligation of a party to an armed conflict to investigate and, where appropriate, to prosecute serious violations of international humanitarian law.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
A member of Kosovo, did you consider that both the Serbian side and the KLA side were obliged to investigate serious violations which had been committed by members of their own armed forces?
Ja, zumindest.
Yes, at least theoretically.
KFOR's mandate included the duty to guarantee law and order in Kosovo. Did you consider that KFOR's mandate in any way suppressed the obligation of the KLA to investigate serious violations committed by its forces?
Nein.
No, I didn't.
From what you observed as a member of KFOR, did you form a view as to whether the KLA was taking steps or trying to take steps in good faith to investigate crimes committed by its own forces?
Das entzieht sich mein.
I don't know anything about this.
With members of the KLA about in which they expressed a desire or a wish to investigate crimes committed by their own armed forces.
Solche Dinge.
Well, as far as I was concerned, I've never had any conversations about these kinds of things.
Did you see anything that might indicate an enthusiasm or a willingness on the part of the KLA to investigate crimes by their own forces?
Nein.
No, I didn't.
I have no further question.
I'm sorry, I thought I hit it. Any follow-up questions by the prosecution based on the judge's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Are there going to be questions? We're getting close to the time for break. Are there going to be questions from the defense side? Ms. Topicoli?
I think.
Oh. Either one of you.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Yes, possibly one.
All right. Break for lunch now. We'll have a lunch hour and a half. You'll be back at 2:30, and we will take up the rest of your testimony at that time. You may leave the room.
Danke, Euer Ehren.
Thank you.
So we're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. All right, witness, we're ready to proceed. Ms. Tabacoli will have some questions for you.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. I think Judge Barther asked you a question about who you understood the detainees to be in the Muck building, and you said that you'd heard that they were collaborators. Do you remember that?
Ja.
Yes.
You'd also heard, when you were in the field, Commander Drenia, KLA commander, saying that the prisoners were criminals.
Nein.
No.
If the court wants one, is P1188.2. Thank you. The next question, you asked questions by Judge Gaynor. Judge Gaynor asked you about the obligation of a party to an armed conflict to investigate and, where appropriate, to prosecute serious violations of international law. Do you remember that question?
Ja.
Yes.
That both the Serbian side and the KLA were obliged to investigate serious violations which had been committed by members of their own armed forces, and your answer was yes, at least theoretically.
Ja.
Yes.
At least theoretically.
Ich meinte damit.
What I meant was that armies, armed formations have the obligation to inspect in such cases, but I was conscious of the fact that at the time at least that was a task who was not started yet.
Thank you. And can I ask you, did you know that in the particular legal circumstances of post-war Kosovo, that UNMIC considered that the ICTY and UNMIC police were the only competent authorities to investigate war crimes pursuant to UN Security Council Resolution 1244?
Ich weiß, dass nach
I know that after the entry of K4 forces, these organizations had the task to do exactly that.
Thank you very much. And if the court wants an exhibit, it's 1D84. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. O'Reilly?
Good afternoon again, witness. This morning before lunch you were asked by Judge Barta at page 65 of the transcript about the burning of houses, specifically Serbian houses. Do you remember that?
Ja.
Yes.
To just take you to a page of your diary. So the first page of that document is 071142, and I'd like to go to the page ending in 1172, which will be the same for the German and the English. Just waiting for the English to come up still. Apologies. Thank you. And so in the middle part there in the English, it's talking about numbers of attacks on Serbs increasing, and it says, departing Serbs announced that they will set fire to their houses. Witness, could you explain to us why Serbs were setting fire to their own houses?
Ich konnte mir damals
At that point in time, and the same applies today, I could only explain that as follows. Nobody after having fled did not want to leave his houses to anybody else.
Their houses in order to prevent Albanians from moving into those houses. Is that right?
über den Willen
About the will to do that, we were partially informed about, yes.
Thank you, witness. That was the only question I had.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon again, witness. I just have only about 5 minutes of questions. Firstly, if I could just follow up on a question from counsel for Mr. Thaçi in response to a question by Judge Gaynor about the suppression of the obligation of the KLA to investigate serious violations committed by its forces. Do you remember that question?
Ja.
Yes.
That they hadn't started yet, I believe, the response that they theoretically had the obligation, but they hadn't started yet. Do you accept that that was, at least in large part, because of the actions that KFOR had taken in disarming them, in disbanding them, and in essentially being the only public order authority in Kosovo at the time?
Also ich weiß nichts.
I do not know anything about the efforts of the KLA to check such things. And because of the situation during the first days after entry, that was not something to be expected either. Whether this was then actually done, I cannot tell you.
Okay, but do you accept that it's likely that your actions had a significant impact on their capacity to carry out any such investigations?
Das kann ich nicht beurteilen.
This is something I cannot assess.
Second, if I could just move to some questions from Judge Matreau, and apologies for addressing a question to the bench, but it would assist me. There was a document that was referred to by Judge Matreau. Is it possible to have the ERN of the document so I could bring it up by the court officer?
I don't think there's an ERN, Mr. Roberts, but you could probably find it online as I did. It's a publicly available document.
So am I correct in understanding it hasn't been disclosed to the defence by the prosecution in this case?
I haven't checked, Mr. Roberts.
So that's my understanding to that extent is correct, that it wasn't found within the case file at least. That's all I was seeking to verify. And I think that's clear from your answer. Apologies for addressing a question to the bench, but I just wish to be clear as to the status of that document. But this was a document that Judge Matreau referred to. I'll just read out exactly what he said. I have in front of me a document dated 4 July 1999 from the UNMIK Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo. It's called a Statement on the Right of KFOR to Apprehend and Detain. It suggests that the power of KFOR to apprehend and detain was based on Security Council Resolution 1244 and on that particular statement. And he asked you if you remember that document, which you confirmed you did. And also then about whether this statement requires KFOR to comply with international human rights. So my question as a follow-up from that is, were you still aware after that date as to concerns about the specific legal basis for detaining people by KFOR?
Nein.
No. But during this period of time, we witnessed that from day to day, more and more the international police took over such tasks.
Actually, on that issue, did you ever see someone who was detained brought before a judge in your time in Kosovo?
Festgenommen.
Arrested, yes. And then the transfer to a court, I cannot recall that. And during the first days, there were no courts.
You just bring up one document, which is DRS 00632. And this is a report from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, titled Southeast Europe and Kosovo, Evaluation of the Humanitarian Situation in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, particularly in Kosovo and Montenegro. This is dated 18th of September 1999, for the record. So this is 2.5 months after the statement from Mr. Vieira de Mello. if we just go to paragraph 18, which is at the bottom of the third page, DRS 00636. And I'll just read it, just right at the bottom of that page, if we could scroll. What's it? A bit further, I think it's the next page, please. I'll read it for the record. There seems to be a slight issue with what's being displayed. Okay, I'll read the ERN again. So the ERN of the specific page is DRS 00636. So I think that's the bottom of the next page. Yeah, so paragraph 18 there, again addressing Security Council Resolution 1244, so that's specifically referring to it. Under UN Security Council Resolution number 1244 of 10th of June 1999, KFOR has the mandate and responsibility to ensure both public order and safety until the UN mission in Kosovo, UNMIK, can take full responsibility for maintaining civil law and order in Kosovo. However, KFOR is neither trained nor equipped for policing. It has no means and no legal basis to detain suspects or hold inquiries. Furthermore, there is no legitimate authority to judge persons accused of having committed crimes. So this was 2.5 months after the statement that was referred to by Judge Matreau, and there still appear to be severe concerns about the legality of detaining people. You're not aware of that at all?
Ich habe solche Dinge im Nachhinein.
Afterwards, after I had returned back home, I read about such matters. But during my deployment there, and especially during the weeks and days after entering, that was not a topic for us. We were busy establishing law, order, and security. And I think that because of this UN resolution, there was also the right to arrest and detain people. But this is only something I can say now, and I am not legally trained.
And to be fair, that maybe that sums up the position. At the time you were in, you felt that the obligation to ensure and establish law and order and security allowed you to detain those people, did it not? In, if not the heat of battle, but in the intensity of the situation you were in at the time. Is that a fair assessment?
Ich gehe davon aus, dass
I assume that KFOR had the right to do so, and also at the time I assume that KFOR had the right to do so.
Thank you, witness. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Beasu.
We do not have any questions, Your Honor.
Witness, your testimony is now complete. Thank you for being with us and for your testimony. I also want to extend our thanks to the German interpreters who were with us the past 2 days. You've done an excellent job, just like our usual translators, so thank you again. You may leave the courtroom now with our thanks, and we wish you well.
Danke, Euer Ehren.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We will step aside for about 10 minutes to allow the SPO to get set up for the next witness. So we will just call it through. We will reassemble at 3 o'clock then.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Please into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now back in public session.
Before we start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04710, I have one oral order to issue. Today, the SBO filed F02327, a request for video conference testimony for 2 witnesses who are notified as reserve witnesses in the current block of hearings. The SBO requested an expedited briefing schedule for this filing. The panel informs the parties, participants, and registry that responses to F02327 and registry submissions on the feasibility of the requested video link should be provided orally in court tomorrow morning before we start hearing the witness. No reply will be entertained. This concludes the oral order. Now we can proceed. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Go ahead.
Simply to say, I think we can respond earlier than that. I've discussed with my colleagues by email, and we do not oppose the video link.
If anybody else wants to volunteer that at this point, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll wait till tomorrow.
We also don't oppose.
We also don't oppose, Your Honor.
The same on this.
Okay. That shortens things up, so the video link on those 2 witnesses will be allowed. That will be an oral order based upon the agreement of the parties.
Good afternoon.
Witness, the court usher will now provide you with a text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our rules. Please proceed to read that aloud. And then when you're finished, I'll ask you if you consent to what you've stated.
Shall I start? Solemn declarations subject to Rule 142.1. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Declaration.
Certainly, yes.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 1 day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, then the defense has the right to ask you questions, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need 4.5 hours, and as regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of the time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SPO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of the courtroom about your testimony, please let us know. The panel understands that the SPO has hard copies of your prior witness statements for you to reference during your testimony in case of need. If you cannot recall something and therefore wish to consult these documents to refresh your memory, please notify the panel before doing so. I repeat, this should only be done in the event that you need to make that reference because you cannot recall. You should not read directly from these documents. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand, because that means that I may have an additional instruction to give you. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and an accommodation will be made. We will begin first with the prosecution's questions. They're seated to your left. Madam Prosecutor, do we need to be in private session?
Your Honor, we can begin in public session and then we'll move to private session.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
But I will introduce myself again. I'm Alexandra Nsinga with the SPO. I am going to note, as I explained to you during your preparation session last week, rather than ask you about all of the relevant issues you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements into evidence. And in order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, which I will turn to after establishing your identity. And Your Honor, for my initial questions and to protect the witness's identity, at this time I would ask that we go into private session.
Private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, we are now in public session, but none of my questions at this time should identify you. Witness, were you previously interviewed by the SPO?
Yes, I was in Pristina.
I would ask that the court officers please pull up 091696 TR-AT Part 1, read to page 1, and this is not for public broadcast. Witness, without stating your name or any other identifying information, does the page shown to you on your screen, is that your SPO interview?
Yes.
You had the opportunity to refamiliarize yourself with the contents of this interview.
I don't think it is necessary, but if you want to, we can.
I apologize. Let me rephrase the question, witness. Did you recently have the opportunity to read this statement again?
Fine, shall we do it? You want me to read it out loud, or?
No, witness.
Witness, listen carefully to the question. She's asking you about a different matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, last week, did you have the opportunity to read this interview that's displayed on the screen in front of you?
Yes, yes.
And last week during your preparation session, you also indicated some changes and clarifications to this interview, correct?
That's correct.
Changes were reflected in a note that was read back to you last week, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
And do you confirm that what was read back to you last week in that note reflected your changes fully and accurately?
Fully and accurately.
And subject to the changes that were in the note that was read to you last week, do these statements, that note combined with the statement displayed on the screen in front of you, accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today about the same information?
Everything I have stated in my statement is accurate.
Your Honors, at this time, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with Decision F02245, the SPO hereby tenders all three parts of 091696 TR, along with its with both translations, as well as Preparation Note 1, which is ERN 121098 to 121099. And this also includes the associated exhibit identified at footnote 140 of Decision F02245.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Ellis?
None.
091696 TR-AT Part 1 RED 2 plus all translations is admitted.
Your Honor's statement with ERN P1696, English and Albanian, will be admitted as P01195.1. That's for part 1. We also have 2 parts more. The second part, with the same ERN, both English and Albanian will be admitted under P number P01195.2, and part 3, both English and Albanian will be admitted as P01195.3.
The note number 1 at 121098 to 121099 is admitted.
Preparation note will be admitted as P01196.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the SPO has a short summary that can be read in public session for this witness that has been provided to the defense counsels.
You may go ahead and read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. W04710 is a family relative of a charged murder and enforced disappearance victim from Drenots. The witness will describe the alleged victim's activities prior to disappearing from Drenots, the last time the witness saw him, and the extensive efforts the family made to find out what happened to him. Your Honor, at this time, for the remainder of my questions, I would ask that we move back into private session to protect the identity of the witness.
To protect the identity of the witness, we will move into private session. Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
We are adjourned.
All rise.